Chris,
Counselor,
I can't hear anything yet.
now you sound like Mary Hurley.
I know. Can you hear anything, Mary?
I hear nothing. Hi. Anything yet?
Nope. I don't know if they can hear us. They don't seem to be reacting. So probably not.
Thank you very much. At this point, we'll hear from Councilor Eileen Duff if she has any questions.
My only question to you, because you are eminently qualified, I know some people think this is all inside baseball, but you're very, very qualified for this job, Attorney Jubinville. But I will ask you one question. Do you think there's a dress code in the courts?
There is not, as far as I know.
Good. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
I missed your brilliant statement because the audio wasn't on.
Councilor Kennedy, do you have any questions of
I
Attorney
have one
Robert
question. Have you
Juvenville?
actually done any trials, Counselor? One or two?
Why don't you text them, and I'll go to the next person.
Can you hear me?
We're going to go to, because there's a few difficulties, we're going to go to Councilor Paul DiPaolo. Text Terry.
Any better luck with me? Can you hear me?
Councilor Paul DiPaolo.
Counselor, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear.
Can you hear me, Terry?
I can hear you, Paul. They
I
can't.
can hear you.
Because their
Okay.
mics
This
are
is
on.
Mary Hurley. I can hear you.
Is it?
Okay.
Is this-
We're having some issues, but
is it muted?
Mary Hurley said she was gonna be on too, see if she.
I'm
excuse
here.
me.
Can you hear me?
Just put me on the speaker. It's not working. So just put me on your phone speaker. I'll just say what I have to say.
Okay. We have Councilor Kennedy right here. Councilor Kennedy, as you know, we're here in the nomination of Robert Juvenville. Do you have any questions?
Yes, we're having some
Thank you.
technical difficulties. I just wanted to say the only reason that I'm not there for my friend Councilor Juvenville is because I've been stricken again with COVID and have been in quarantine for the last 4 days. This is my 5th day, which under the CDC guidelines requires me not to be there. And I am truly sorry that I am not. But Bob, can I ask you, have you ever actually done a trial? I'm kidding.
Speak on.
Good question.
What was the question, Terry?
I asked him if he actually ever did a trial.
Did you ever do a trial? He's being facetious.
I am.
What is it?
No, the beauty with Bob is that we all know him better than any nominee that's come before us. Home run, nothing to talk about. We're gonna miss you on the council. Look
Okay.
forward to voting for you on Tuesday. Sorry, I'm missing the festivities tonight.
Sorry.
I'm all
Thank you very
set.
much. Thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you very much, Councilor.
Mary, I just
Hello,
called-
can you hear me?
Just text Council DiPaolo, see if he wants to call.
Mary, I just called him on the phone.
Okay.
Oh, we can hear you now.
I can hear you.
We can hear you now, Councilor.
Couldn't you hear me, Counselor?
Yeah, Paul, next we're hearing from Councilor Paul DiPaolo.
Thank you, Counselor. Apologies for the whatever's going on here. Like Counselor Kennedy, I have tested positive for COVID for the second time, so doing fine, but I'm sorry I'm not there today for everything going on. But Council Juvenville, Attorney Jubinville, certainly I've gotten a chance to know you over the last 2 years, so I really don't have any questions other than to congratulate you on this nomination. Thanks, Councilor Ioannella.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Iannella?
Next, we'll hear from Councilor Mary Hurlick.
I am the only one that has not had COVID, and I want to keep it that way. So I just have a couple of questions, Councilor Juvenville. I've known you for 6 years, and one of the things you often say to candidates for judgeships is don't follow the law. And I have never agreed with that principle, and I think that there would be chaos if that were true. As a magistrate, do you intend to follow the law?
Of course. I should say interpret the law. That's what we really do, but yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
So you're going to follow the law. There is obviously room for interpretation.
Yes,
But
yes,
not-
Councilor Hurl.
Go over and above. You've
Yes,
done civil as well as criminal for a long time. Is that correct?
yes.
So I would say that you are eminently qualified for the position. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope never to appear in front of you for a speeding ticket.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilor Joseph Pereira.
Thank you. We've been waiting 8 years for this day. On a serious note, I want to thank you for your time in the service. You served our country well. Thank you for your time as a Massachusetts State Police Officer for 7 years. You have incredible experience. I don't know many lawyers that tried as many cases as you. You've also been very charitable with your help. I know we had chatted one time how you grew up at the Boys and Girls Home with the YMCA, and you've been very charitable, helping out not only with those people, but with a lot of people with drug and alcohol issues. I think you're gonna do a remarkable job as a clerk, and I'm happy to vote for you next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney.
Thank you. This is, you put me in a very awkward position, Bob, Counselor Juvenville. I'm asked to vote for someone who's sitting beside me for many years. You practiced and had many cases in the Framingham court where you are assigned. I talked to some court people, and they said they knew that the judge was retiring for a while. So did you know that he was retiring?
What judge?
So the other thing is,
What judge was it?
it doesn't matter. I just,
I don't know.
okay, that's good. First of all, this is historic in the Governor's Council in my 23 years, and I'm sure long before that. Within 6 days, you and your daughter applied, your daughter to be a judge, and you for clerk magistrate within 6 days. Now, which one of you decided first to be a judge and clerk magistrate?
Who decided first?
This was a
I
coincidence,
had filed an application. Of it.
but it was a coincidence, right, the both of you. Then you have another daughter, was she probation officer? Anyway, your duties are to look for clerk magistrates. Do you see this as a conflict of interest? What do we tell those people who applied?
Do you want me to answer for?
I'm having trouble. You can take off your mask. We're 6 feet apart.
No, I'd like to keep it on.
All right, okay. I've already had COVID twice. So we don't think it's a conflict of interest.
No.
Conflict of interest law is very specific. I was a city councilor and my husband had been on the fire department for a while, and I couldn't vote on anything regarding the fire department, even if it didn't have anything to do with him. Okay, so, you were, interviewed by the JNC. And so how long after did the governor tell you you were appointed?
Actually, the governor never told me I was nominated.
Former governor's councilor Casey, who you voted against, sent a letter of support for you. And I remember you told her you wouldn't vote for her unless she resigned as a governor's councilor. She got her last council check a day after she was sworn in as a clerk magistrate. So, did you submit a letter of resignation to the governor, the governor's council? You didn't. Okay. So, Governor Salucci had a policy. If you were in state government, you were not allowed to apply for any judicial appointment until you left state employment 6 months and 1 day. Do you think that's a good policy?
Excuse me, could you repeat that question? I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Governor Salucci, and you were here, he had a policy. If you worked for state government, you could not apply for any judiciary appointment until you left state government 6 months and 1 day. And I'm asking if he thinks that's a good policy.
I don't know if it's a good policy.
Why didn't you apply in the new administration so there wouldn't be the appearance of a conflict of interest?
I don't.
You're qualified. You're qualified. That's what. There's no reason. I shouldn't say that. What is the reason that you didn't apply a month from now?
I didn't apply a month from now. Applied when I applied, whatever the date was, August 23rd.
But you thought it was improper for another governor's council to be a clerk magistrate without resigning, and yet you did the same thing. You're on the clock right now.
I don't recall everything.
Clock. So I'm just, this is very difficult. I mean, for you and daughter 6 days apart, that's historic. But all I'm saying is that you are qualified.
Thank you.
And I know the conflict of interest law, and it was for Jennifer, I'm sorry, it was for Jen Casey, and it is for you. So I'm saying that for me, I'm thinking of the people who applied. And so those people out there, if you know someone who applied for clerk magistrate in this administration, please apply again, because we lose good people. All right. So, I'm just baffled because Wednesday, the lieutenant governor never said publicly at the public assembly that you were appointed. And I came in Thursday, and I don't mean to be fresh. I thought it was a joke. I could not believe it. So I had no heads up. I had no idea. Lieutenant governor didn't announce it. And so I'm just saying, you got to put yourself in my position. And if you were sitting here beside me, and it was another governor's counselor, just like you felt about former Councilor Jen Casey, you wouldn't have voted for that person. So I'm just saying, that's the position you put me in. And for the life of me, I don't know why you couldn't wait until a new administration, you were qualified. I mean, this is ridiculous to question someone I've sat beside all these years, Councilor Iannella. So I just can't say that I'm disappointed. I am very disappointed. And I know that you have been, a lot of cases at the Framingham court, so it'll be a slam dunk for you to walk in. So, it's a nice position. I think it's 175,000, whatever. But I'm just wondering, now, if you were under 7 years old, would you have applied for a judge instead of a clerk magistrate at this point?
No,
You
I never wanted to be a judge.
You're qualified. Well, that's all I can say. It's not always popular to say I do the right thing. And I hope that that's how years to come people will remember me. It's a difficult thing to have someone on the council coming before you and asking for their vote. Thank you so much, Councilor Ionella.
Thank you very much. Counselor, I've been in this chamber, I think is it 10 years? 10 years. Clearly, no one has more experience in the judicial system than Bob Juvenville. People may have the same experience, but very few people have more experience. What about his judgment? Are you kidding me? He exercises unbelievable judgment. We've all seen him in action here. Character, utmost character. I mean, it's unbelievable. Judicial temperament. He has the temperament. He's calm. He's cool. He's always on his game when he's at the council. What about the questions he's asked over the years? Unbelievable. To me, you're one of the smartest governors councils that I have ever served with. Your questions are right on point. I think you're going to be a super addition to the Framingham District Court. I can't think of anyone more qualified than you. I would expect, but what do I know? Obviously, I'm not polling the council. I would be shocked if this council didn't vote 7-0 for you. I mean, there's no one more qualified. As Councilor Devaney said, it's historic. You better believe it's historic. We got a superstar here. It's historic, someone this qualified. And to give up his seat on the council to serve in the public interest as a clerk magistrate of the Framingham District Court, I take my hat off to you. It's really, because you're giving up a lot here. But to do that, because you're a public servant, I commend you. I don't have any other questions. Obviously, when your name becomes before the council, I'll be more than happy to support you. I did get a letter and a call from a former governor's councilor, Jen Casey. She asked, and I think she asked Councilor Ferreira if I could read the letter.
He did.
So I'd like to read the letter. I usually don't read letters, but I will here as a courtesy to a former member of the governor's council. Dear members of the governor's council, first, allow me to thank the members of the Governor's Council who voted to confirm me to be the Clerk Magistrate of the Dudley District Court. While I missed most of you, please know that I love my job and work hard to serve the taxpayers and public with professionalism and compassion. It is my hope your vote to confirm me has proven justified. Despite the fact that Councilor Juvenville voted against me when I was before the Governor's Council, I am writing to relay to my former colleagues that I fully support his nomination to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Framingham District Court. During my tenure in the council, I served with both Democratic and Republican governors and vetted hundreds of judicial and magistrate nominees. I take pride in the fact that I always vetted and voted on nominees based solely on their qualifications, not based on their political affiliations or who they donated to. Because of this, I had the courage of my convictions and never voted cavalry on any nominee did I try to hurt, embarrass, or disrespect any nominees who appeared before me over my 9 years on the council. I served with Councilor Juvenville on the council for over 6 years of my 9+ years there. During this time, I was impressed with his command of the law, his demeanor, and compassion for others. No doubt he brought issues of substance abuse and the opioid crisis to the attention of the administration. Bob has been a consummate professional, even when the council was not getting along so swimmingly on any given Wednesday. He often brought calm and reason during some chaotic times. As many know, he has an impeccable fashion sense and was no doubt the second best counselor on the council. Any honest critic must agree Councilor Juvenville has the qualifications and experience to be Clerk Magistrate of the Framingham District Court. From his service as a state trooper assigned to the Russell Barracks to his work as a premier criminal defense attorney in the Commonwealth, I defy anyone to denounce him as unqualified. He deserves the unanimous support of the council. Very truly yours, Jen Casey, Clerk Magistrate.
I have 2 minutes.
1 second. Yeah, I do have one follow-up question. And I've thought about this when I was walking up the stairs. Can you give us some assurance that at your retirement party, you'll invite them to the Governor's Council?
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very
I've
much.
heard that asked in the chamber before.
Thank you very much.
We'll be done.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Councilor Devaney.
There's no witnesses, right? No witnesses. Okay. I just want to, I think I would be remiss if I'm glad you read that whole letter. I hope you'll do that all the time, because we don't do that. I think it's wonderful, we should. Let me just say that I would be remiss if I didn't say that former Councilor Jen Casey had said that if Charlie gets elected, I will be a judge. And so she, because she was a close friend of Lieutenant Governor, and she introduced her at the Republican convention. So I think that weighs in too. So I think, I think that we should look at the people who are coming through and look at the past and hope for the future, that everyone has an opportunity to apply and have a chance to get appointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in opposition? There being no one in opposition, that will close the hearing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Are we going to have the other hearing at 11 o'clock, or are we going to start it now?
It's adjourned.
11 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
Okay, then I'm going to go off until 11. I'll come back on. Thank you.
Counselor.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Mary. I can hear you. This is Paul.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Can you hear me?
Shake hands, they hug.
The speaker.
Welcome you all. I'm Marilyn Petito Devaney, and I will be presiding over the hearing today for Kareem Morgan. I thank you all for coming. It's a busy time and for you to take out of your time. And I want to now wish you a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and just a few things I'd like to say. First of all, years ago, the councils voted unanimously to have people sworn in. So I'm going to ask anyone who wants to speak in the nominee to stand and be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And the other thing is, I always ask, doesn't always, not always followed, to put all cell phones away, turn them off, respect for the nominee, for what we're doing here today, okay? I'm particularly asking the council to do that. Thank you very much. So I welcome you, Kareem Morgan. It was a pleasure meeting you, and thank you for all the time that you afforded me. So I'm going to read the letter from the governor. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Kareem A. Morgan to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of So I welcome you, and I'd like to introduce the councilors. We have two councilors here. We have Councilor Duff and Councilor Ferrara.
Good morning.
And
That's all I know is here.
you're not sitting with
Juvenville.
No, because, as you know, two of our councilors, Councilor Kennedy and DiPaolo, have COVID. I have about 6 people in my small office that have COVID. You guys read the paper, it is rampant. And I don't shake anyone's hands, I see people shaking, that's up to them, but it's bad. I guarantee you,
Okay.
someone in this room in the next week
I understand.
will have COVID.
And nominee Juvenville, you're sitting out? Okay, I just want, I want to say,
We were exposed to COVID last week at 2 hearings in another room. 2 counselors have got it from that. We've all been exposed to it. You're in this room now, you're all exposed to it, so it wasn't a good idea to have a whole bunch of people in here. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that no one's more sensitive to COVID. I lost my last 2 sisters, COVID, in a year. So I know and I understand, and so that's fine. I don't know who's going to be on Zoom. Excuse me, Mary Hurley, are you there? I'm not calling on you now, but I just want to know to recognize
Yes,
you.
yes,
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, I am
And I
here.
want to recognize Paul DiPaolo, who is one of the counselors who's on Zoom. And is that it?
Terry
So-
Kennedy also has COVID. Terry Kennedy.
Terry
has COVID.
Kennedy?
Okay, and I don't see him. Oh, there, okay. Okay, and Counselor Kennedy. Okay, so now that we've recognized the counselors, I want to ask you if you would like to introduce everyone in the room that has come to support you.
Sure. Is it okay if I remove my mask? Or should I keep it on?
Pardon me?
Is it okay if I remove my mask to do so?
You want to introduce the people who have come to
Not
support?
good if he can take his mask off, Marilyn.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, take your mask off. You're 6 feet away from everybody. That's the thing that I'm concerned about, the 6 feet, you know?
I just want to begin by
Okay.
thanking the council for considering my nomination today, first and foremost. I want to also thank the governor and lieutenant governor for the nomination in the first place. And I want to thank everyone throughout the process that has helped, who has considered my candidacy and has helped guide and most importantly support me on this journey. With me here today to speak on my behalf is Alan Shapiro, Jennifer Smith, and Thomas Combs. I've worked alongside Alan and Jennifer Penny for the past almost 10 years. Before that, I worked with Tom in the Public Defender's Office. I'm also joined by colleagues, Amy Davidson, Casey Berkowitz, Lauren Kopek, see who else, Daniel Fogarty, Laurel Goldstein, sorry if I'm missing anyone. Some friends, Brian Kingsley I grew up with, we've known each other for years maybe, and family. My father-in-law, Robert Hogan. Unfortunately, my children are still in school, so they couldn't be here with my wife, but I want to thank everyone for being here and supporting me today.
Well, we welcome everyone here. And so I'm first going to start with your witnesses. Alan Shapiro, sit right down beside the nominee.
Thank you. Is it all right if I take the mask off? Thank you.
It's very hard to hear when you're talking through a mask.
I'm sorry for your loss, Counselor.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to say it's a great honor to be asked to testify on behalf of Attorney Kareem Morgan's nomination to be an Associate Justice of the District Court. I'm an attorney and a partner at the law firm Sanduli Grace in Boston, where I have practiced for 38 going on 39 years. I'm still waiting for them to buy me out. I have had the pleasure of working with Kareem first as a law student and then as a colleague. As a law student in the summer of 2007 and as a colleague since 2012. In the summer of 2007, Kareem came on as a summer associate at our firm. We regularly employ law students both to help in our practice and to hopefully help train future attorneys. It did not take long to realize there was something special about Kareem. That he was intelligent and soft-spoken was readily apparent. But beyond those attributes, even as a law student, he carried himself with a sense of gravitas that can't be taught, but that many of us perhaps acquire only after many years of practice. When he was graduating from law school, we tried to hire Kareem. He rejected our offer, explaining that he wanted to learn and practice criminal law. To that end, he joined the Council on Public Counsel Services, working his way from district court to supervising in Superior Court. About 5 years after he rejected our first offer, Kareem called me out of the blue. After very few pleasantries, I asked, "Kareem, would you like a job?" When he responded affirmatively, I wanted to say, "What day do you want to start?" but restrained myself to run it by my partners. As it happened, during that short period, I happened to speak with an assistant district attorney in the Brockton District Court. Knowing that Kareem had worked in that court, I asked him if he knew Kareem. He immediately responded with unsolicited praise. He told me Kareem was an excellent lawyer, always prepared, and beyond that, he was respected by all in court, including the ADAs, the court personnel, and the judge. So in 2012, Kareem became, in addition to his other skills, a labor lawyer. Our practice is focused on representation of labor unions, most of which are in the public sector, primarily police officers and teachers. In some ways, ours could be considered a niche practice, requiring a significant learning curve. Kareem took to it immediately. He learned how to represent unions in labor arbitrations and administrative hearings, to negotiate collective bargaining agreements, and to represent members of unions, particularly police officers and teachers, in disciplinary and other proceedings. It did not take Kareem long to get fully up to speed, using his litigation skills to great advantage in the forums where we most practice. He gained the respect of all with whom he came into contact, including not just our clients, but also police chiefs and selectmen. On several occasions, police chiefs in need of counsel asked Kareem if they could hire him. Usually, we are on the other side of the table from police chiefs. An administrator of the Mass Teachers Association had a relative in need of a criminal attorney. Since she would not take no for an answer, Kareem took the case and I believe got a not guilty after a jury trial. Just a few days ago, I was speaking with a retired police chief who conducts investigations, usually of our clients for cities, towns, and police departments. He told me that Kareem is just the type of person we need on the bench. The most galling part of this for me was when I would take law students interning with us out to an arbitration or administrative hearing to assist, but also hopefully to learn something from me. Afterwards, I would ask them if they had found the experience instructive. They would usually reply affirmatively, but often added, "Actually, I learned a lot from Kareem." It got to the point that I stopped asking the question. Attorney Morgan has been the go-to guy in our firm when it comes to dealing with matters involving the criminal justice system. His experience in that world, which, if confirmed, I know will make up part of his caseload, and that experience has been invaluable for our firm. One final point. Kareem's quiet manner belies a fierce determination to succeed for his clients. He never gives up on a case. I have no doubt that if confirmed, he will bring the same tenacity, knowledge, thoughtfulness, and supreme interpersonal skills to the Massachusetts court system. I regret only that I will no longer have the honor and pleasure of working with him. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any councilors have any questions? Hearing none. Is there any case that this nominee has presided over that really impressed you? What comes to mind?
What comes to mind is in the town of, it's a little Blackstone, there was a president of the police union who was retaliated against by the town. He was fired. And Kareem shepherded the case through the Department of Labor Relations and eventually got a ruling that this police officer had been retaliated against for his union activity, and he was ordered reinstated with full back pay, and he is now the president of that local police union. And Kareem just fought that case with just incredible tenacity.
So he's had criminal cases, but also a lot of union. So what do you think? What do you think is most important that he brings to the court?
It's hard to isolate any particular skill. He gets along with everyone. He is he's compassionate. He's collegial, but he also has a sense of, as I said, gravitas, that he earns people's respect just by who he is.
Well, thank you for your testimony, means a lot.
Thank you, Councilor.
Next witness, Jennifer Smith.
Good morning. My name is, thank you. My name is Jennifer Smith, and I am here in support of Kareem Morgan in his nomination as an Associate Justice to the Massachusetts District Court. I am an attorney and a partner, along with Alan, in a medium-sized boutique practice representing labor unions and working people working together for their collective good in Boston, Sanduli Grace. And I am proud to say that Attorney Morgan is one of my colleagues. I first became acquainted with Attorney Morgan at Sanduli Grace because we joined the firm within a year of one another and have practiced together for almost a decade. I cannot temper my enthusiasm for Attorney Morgan's nomination. He is a superb lawyer, gifted with an innate intellectual curiosity. When presented with a settled piece of law, one which many practitioners might take as simply the law, Attorney Morgan routinely pushes deeper, striving to truly understand the underlying rationale to satisfy both his interest and to better position his clients. I know this curiosity and deep desire to understand issues and the law will make him an asset to the Commonwealth as an Associate Justice of the District Court. Attorney Morgan is a person of extreme and unflappable grace and kindness. Our work, representational work, can often be difficult, and we're encountering people at their lowest points professionally. And Attorney Morgan never loses his cool. He projects strength and calm in all situations and is never rattled by the chaos of the situations that we're encountering. One thing about Attorney Morgan that continually impresses me and other members of the bar is how he approaches every issue, no matter how trivial, as critically important. He takes his work and his responsibilities to his clients very seriously, lending his expertise and his thoughtfulness as a practitioner readily, both to his clients and to his colleagues. His work ethic and his diligence would serve him well on the bench. Over the last 5 or so years, Attorney Morgan has taken on a unique role in our firm. He has been tasked with mentoring and training new attorneys who come to practice with us. He has approached this task with outstanding organization and his usual impeccable diligence, kindness, and grace. His work has had tremendous results, improving the practice of our newer attorneys and helping them excel and learn how to practice our craft. The new attorneys who have worked with him sing his praises, and I have heard them describe him as the best supervisor they have ever had. I know that the patience and the thoughtfulness he demonstrates in this role would naturally help him as he presides over matters in district court with attorneys of various level of skill and indeed pro se litigants. In his nomination, the labor movement will lose a strong and gifted advocate. And as a person who has devoted my life and my practice to advancing the cause of working people in the Commonwealth, this loss, of course, saddens me. But at the same time, as a member of the bar and as a citizen, I know that through his service, he would improve the judiciary, serving a higher good and improving the administration of justice. I can think of no better suited person, and I wholeheartedly support his nomination.
We have one counselor in the chamber, Counselor Duff, and people in Zoom. Anyone have any questions? No? Okay. Tell me, how closely did you work with this nominee?
So because Attorney Morgan and I graduated law school in a similar time frame and joined the practice at the same time frame, we worked very closely together. We came from very different practices. I was in-house at a union, and then I worked for the Division of Labor Relations as a hearing officer. And Kareem came to us from CPCS, where he was a criminal defense attorney. And so we naturally relied on each other to just kind of to workshop ideas and to figure out how to best approach cases and to just kind of get our footing in private practice. And it was a tremendous pleasure to work.
Thank you very much. I think the personal that you bring in, to the testimony means a lot too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
The next witness is Thomas. Is it Coombs or Combs? How do you pronounce it?
It's Combs.
Combs, okay. And you are Committee for Public Counsel Services, right?
Correct. So my name is Thomas Combs. I am a supervising attorney with the Holyoke Office of the Public Defender here in Massachusetts. As a supervisor, one of my responsibilities now is to mentor our younger lawyers, including second seating their first trials. And just last week, I had the opportunity to fulfill that obligation for the first time. My supervisee did a great job, and it brought back to my mind my second jury trial ever, which my supervisor at the time, Kareem Morgan, second sat me. This is maybe 11 years ago now. It was in Lowell. It was a summer afternoon. It was a busy court docket. The seas parted, and we ended up being the case that was left for trial that day. I can't tell you the comfort that Kareem's presence provided for me as a younger lawyer. By that time, even 10 years ago, Kareem was already an experienced trial lawyer. He had risen quickly in the Brockton Public Defender Unit. I was trying serious felony cases down there. When he came to Lowell, he quickly became the supervisor in Lowell, and I was the supervisee at that time for I guess 2 or 3 years. His experience and knowledge at that time was a gift to not just to me, but to all of us that worked there, especially newer lawyers. But his presence, his calmness, his intelligence really affected all of us. He shared and nurtured a compassion for the disadvantaged and a love for the criminal law. He exemplified the true public servant, one who gives a lot and asks for little in return, who toils in our halls of government with joy and intelligence. In those first crucial years for me as a practicing lawyer, he was my guide, my guru, and more often than not, my shrink. But during that time, Kareem also became a dear friend of mine. So I can tell you that as a friend, he is smart, he is thoughtful, he is very funny. He is the kind of person who remembers to call you on your birthday every year. He's also patient, he's fundamentally kind to other people. As others have noted, he is soft-spoken and very perceptive. As everyone here knows, the district court can be a place of high stress and drama. Here's everything from small claims cases to neighbor disputes to serious felony cases. Again, as it's obvious, but it's an adversarial system, so the sense of drama there and conflict can sometimes be very high. So it's no wonder the district court can be sometimes contentious, overcrowded, and chaotic. This is why I personally have such an affection for our district courts and for what they do. They are truly the people's court in this Commonwealth. The very best judges there provide a steady hand. A district court judge is the fulcrum, the touchstone of the day's proceedings. A judge that is equanimous and respectful to litigants can ensure that the people of the Commonwealth leave knowing that they've been heard fairly. That sort of judge can also win the respect of litigants who know that they in turn will be treated with respect and to have their hard work rewarded. A judge like that imbues those proceedings with the dignity that they so deserve. This is precisely what Kareem will bring as a district court justice. This is the person I know him to be. It's one thing, I think, to see his resume or application for a judgeship. That certainly shows his hard work and his intelligence. It's one thing to hear from references such as myself who have worked with him, both adversaries and colleagues, who can vouch for his professionalism. But it's another to know him more essentially as a friend and to know the human qualities he'll bring to the court, and he has those in plenty. So, one day it heartens me to think that Kareem will be in a district court for some other lawyer's first trial or first hearing, and that he will not provide just to one person as he provided to me all those years ago, but to an entire courtroom, a sense of calm and professionalism that he gave to me back in Lowell in the summer of 2012. So it really is my honor to speak on behalf of Kareem and to celebrate his nomination to the judiciary. I give him my unqualified support. I'm proud to have been his colleague, prouder still to be his friend. And as a member of the Massachusetts Bar, I share in the pride of all good lawyers when a good judge is nominated to the bench. Thank you very much. Happy to answer.
Thank you. As I said, we have one counsel. Would you like to ask any questions?
You wrote that?
I'd like, Counsel Devaney?
Yes, I'm going in the order that we have voted on. So Counsel
No problem. When you're
Counsel
ready.
Ianello would be called on first, but he's not here, so it would be Eileen Duff. Thank you.
Wanted to say, attorney, that was beautifully written.
Thank you.
Serve in Lowell?
No, I'm in Holyoke now, brand new office of the public.
Right, you said that at the beginning of your statement. Thank you for your service. I'm a big fan of CPCS.
Thank
That
you.
was very
It
beautiful.
means a lot.
If I
Thank
may,
you, Counselor. I'm calling now on Counsel Kennedy.
yes. Kareem, as I indicated to you yesterday, the reason that I am not physically present is because I have COVID, and I apologize for not being there. It's very rare for me to miss a hearing and not be present in the council during a hearing. And I know that Councilor DiPaolo has the same issue, and I know that Councilor Hurley is concerned about getting COVID, and that's why she's not physically present in the room. I think this is about the third time since we started using Zoom that I have used it. I'm usually there physically, and I do apologize. Councilor Devaney likes to point out that people aren't there, but sometimes there are legitimate reasons for that, and that's the reason that the councils on Zoom are not there. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom, Councilor DiPaolo, Councilor Hurley, who would like to speak? Because there's no one else here to ask questions. If not, I'll go on. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Counselor.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mary? Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry, but the Zoom automatically mutes you, so it takes me a minute to get back on.
Zoom is not the best.
Whatever. So, how old are you, sir?
I'm 40 years old.
That's pretty young. You mentioned that you had relatives who were employed in the trial court. Who are they and what do they do?
I don't have relatives that work for the trial court. Sorry if that came across.
All right. So it's been almost 10 years since you did criminal work. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Councilor Hurley, this is a witness. This is Thomas Combs, who is a witness.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
No,
okay.
I don't have any questions.
Zoom is not great. Okay. Is there any other councils have any questions for Thomas Combs? Okay. I'd just like to ask, can you tell us specifically, in your knowledge of this nominee, about the indigent people that he represented that had criminal offenses in the district court and superior court. Can you tell us about those?
Certainly. I mean, as I said, when I was a new lawyer, I probably didn't work with anyone closer than I worked with Kareem, who was my supervisor at that time. You know, the moment I walked into the Lowell office, he was with me in court. He was with me in my first, bail days. He was with me in my first, motion hearings, and then he was with me at those first trials. To see the way that he, the seriousness with which he took that role, which is, can be have a profound effect on those that are involved in the criminal justice system. They need good lawyers that are committed to service to the indigent. I learned that from Kareem. I mean, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today without the example that he set for me, a decade ago. So whether it's my trial skills, or more in a more human sense, the compassion I have for other people, the commitment that I fostered for public service, none of that would exist without.
So these indigent people wouldn't have any counsel, right? If it wasn't for this nominee working in the public counsel services, is that true?
Effectively, yes. The right to counsel that arises from our Constitution, from the federal Constitution, is what created our job. So Attorney Morgan and myself worked, we were assigned cases by the court at arraignment, and we saw those cases through to their end. So we were really that essential point in the criminal process.
Thank you. Your testimony means a lot. Thank you so much. Is there anyone here not on the list who would like to talk in support of this nominee? Hearing none. Is there anyone in opposition? Hearing none, then now it's your turn to have your presentation. Oh, did you want to speak? Raise your hand, let me know. Okay.
I stood up.
Sit down. Just sit down, identify yourself.
My name's Patrick McCabe. I live in Hyde Park, Massachusetts. I've been following the council for some time. I have nothing against this nominee. There are 158 judges for the district court. All of those positions are currently filled. It's been council's recent practice to have hearings and to approve nominees before the positions are actually open. However, there's always an opening on the horizon. In this case, I have asked what is the opening on the horizon for this nominee, and I have not received an answer. I expect there is an answer. I'm just asking for the courtesy for the public to know what the opening on the horizon is for the nominee. And that's the only reason I'm speaking.
I have an answer. It's Tom Barrett.
Excuse me, please go through the chair. Did you want to speak, Councilor Ferreira?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Thank you. It's Tom Barrett. He's retiring December 15th by statute.
Tom Barrett has retired in that position. There's already 158 people even with his retirement.
Well, the nomination says Vice, the Honorable Thomas Barrett, December 15th, 2020.
I'm just talking about the numbers.
Yeah, so at 158, the governor can't nominate someone if there's not an opening.
Been doing it recently.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what the paperwork says.
I understand what the paperwork says. I'm just saying that there are 158 positions that are filled as of today. And
including Judge Barrett?
He's already off. He retired on the 15th.
Excuse me, please go through the chair, Councilor.
Well, that's the governor.
That's all I'm saying. I've certainly tried the same thing, and I'm just asking for a response for the public.
So your reason for opposition is?
There is no opening.
Huh?
There is no opening.
There is no opening. Okay, well, we do have a name that he's replacing.
Right, but you also.
Judge Barrett was retired in December.
Right, and you already had another judge that was put up after that time. You just swore one in the other day. That was 158.
But how can you say there's not an opening?
Because there's 158 openings. You have 158 judges.
Okay, we'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much. Attorney Morgan, would you like to answer the opposition?
No, I don't have enough information to answer it, but my understanding is I was only nominated after Judge Barrett's retirement was announced or went into effect. So it was my understanding that I would be filling Judge Barrett's vacancy. That was my understanding, but otherwise I'm not.
So you were told, and it's on your application, you are replacing Thomas Barrett, who has retired. Is that true? It has to be true.
That's the information that I
Okay,
have, and I have no reason to doubt it.
okay. Any councilors have any questions about this? Councilor Ferrara, you've already spoken. Did you want to say something more about this?
No, I think you're not trial court, but there's no way that they're gonna, appoint one. They can't by statute. So I think your numbers are wrong. That'd be my guess. The trial court keeps track of the judges. They can't fill an opening that doesn't exist. So I would double check with the trial court. That'd be my suggestion. What do they tell you?
They wouldn't answer.
Okay.
If I may?
Kennedy.
Excuse me. Is that Council Kennedy?
It is.
Okay, Council Kennedy, you're recognized.
My WebEx went off, so I didn't get the whole issue. What was the issue dealing with Judge Barrett's retirement? Judge Barrett has retired.
Mr. McCabe seems to think that's up there.
Wait, Councilor Ferrara.
I'm asking a question. Can I answer?
No, you have to come through the chair. Councilor Ferrara, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. McCabe seems to think that even with Judge Barrett retiring, that there are already 158 judges and there are no vacancies for this nominee. That's what Mr. McCabe is suggesting. And I told him we should check with the trial court because the statute says 158 and there's no way the governor would put up someone for a position that doesn't exist.
Any other councils have any more comments about this? Okay,
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Councilor Hurley.
Yes, having been a judge, what is being said is that the statutory limit on the number of judges is 158. And as such, you can't have another judge added because there's no allowance in the statute. What I'm going to suggest is that I will call the district court office and ask the Chief Justice's employees, some of whom I know well, just exactly where we're at in terms of judges and all that goes with it, so that when we vote next week, we will have the answer to that issue.
Thank you. We will follow up on that. Thank you for your comments, Councilor. And this is, anyone else want to comment on this? Okay, so we will consider that, and it should be taken under consideration. So having said that, in your presentation, you have said that do you want to talk about this, about your experience and your qualifications on this? Any further?
Sure. I'm happy to. Okay. Just to reiterate, I want to thank the council for considering my nomination today. And I also want to thank the governor and lieutenant governor and everyone else that's helped me throughout this process. Since this process began for me almost 2 years ago, it feels as though I've undergone just about every emotion. Excitement, joy, fear, anxiety, and everything in between. Reflecting back on it today, though, hopefully humbled and honored by this experience. The reasons that I have listed in my application to the Judicial Nominating Committee, in the questionnaire submitted to this council, and in pretty much every interview from the very beginning, I believe that I possess the skill set, qualifications, and most importantly, the demeanor to serve in this position. And if confirmed and appointed, promise to do just that. Serve. Not serve my personal agenda or preferences, or biases. I promise to serve the Commonwealth and people in it. And I promise to do it faithfully and fairly. But I think there's another reason that I should be considered for this position that maybe wasn't as detailed in my application and paperwork. It has to do with this idea of representation. In order to explain what I mean by that, I'm going to just briefly speak about a different journey, not my own, but my parents. Here in 1969 from Cairo, Egypt. My father, they moved to New York. They lived in Queens. My father studied polymer chemistry in Brooklyn while my mother worked full-time, having my two older sisters. Shortly before I was born, my parents and sisters moved from New York to Massachusetts. First, they moved to Woburn and then eventually Billerica, where I grew up. Throughout this process, I've often thought about their sacrifices and the courage that it must have taken my parents to do what they did. My mother was only 18 years old when she moved here with my dad. She left her family, she left her home behind. And I also think about the reasons. I think about the reasons for those sacrifices. And those reasons were to start a family and raise children in a place that was safe and stable and a place where they could grow and hopefully thrive. So for all those reasons, I believe that I owe a pretty big debt of gratitude to my parents and also to this Commonwealth. My parents came here so that I could have the most opportunity to succeed in life, and I honestly couldn't have asked for a better place in which to do it. This position that I humbly seek endorsement on, counselors, represents the ideal means of working off that debt. But with that said, there were certain things that my parents and the environment I grew up in, couldn't always provide at a younger age. And the one that always tops the list, the one that I always come back to, is the idea of inclusion, or in my case, maybe the lack thereof. Growing up, and I grew up in the same town that my friend Brian, sitting here, grew up in, so he would know. I looked very different. I felt very different. I was darker than most. I had a strange name, Catholic. At times, I was embarrassed and even ashamed of my background. Mostly, though, I felt like an outsider looking in, like I didn't belong. Even though my ties to the area were no less than others, it felt like it was, as if I was less of an American or less of a Massachusetts native. And as one might imagine, that experience, those experiences have profoundly shaped me as an adult, both personally and professionally. And of all the lessons and principles I learned from those life experiences, the one that stands out the most is the idea that representation does matter. No matter the number of sacrifices my parents made or would make, or how fortunate I was to grow up here in Massachusetts, and believe me, I do feel fortunate that I grew up here, not seeing people in positions, professional positions, teaching positions, role model positions that looked like me or maybe had different sounding names like me, it only sort of deepened that feeling of feeling different. And so, to be clear, I am seeking your vote first and foremost because I believe I possess the experience and the qualifications for this job. I have years of courtroom and litigation experience in both civil and criminal practice. I spent the first third of my career in a courtroom every day trying cases and supervising others who were trying cases. And I've spent the rest of my career fine-tuning those skills that I learned in the courtroom while representing labor unions. I also believe that I possess the demeanor and mindset for this position, because the principles of fairness and equity permeate pretty much every aspect of my life, again, personally and professionally. It's a code that I've always lived by, fairness, and I believe that it would translate well in this position. But I am also seeking your vote today, or I'm seeking your vote because I believe representation matters. I want to be for others what I didn't necessarily have for myself growing up. A role model for future lawyers, jurists, or any professional. Someone who can show others that looking different or feeling different isn't a roadblock to success. So for those reasons, I'm respectfully asking for the endorsement of the esteemed council.
Now, according to our procedure, it would be Counselor Ianella I would call on. I don't see him, so it will be Counselor Duff. Do you have any more further questions about this?
I do. I haven't asked him questions, so I think I'd like to. Thank you for your application. From everything I've read about you and researched about you, you are my kind of lawyer. I'm a big fan of labor law lawyers, and my sister being very active in the labor movement. And also, as I spoke, CPCS. I think it's one of the most undervalued, underappreciated agencies in the state. Underpaid for any legislators listening. Very, you're doing great work. From what I've learned about you, Attorney Morgan, you're highly intelligent and diligent and a good worker. Have you ever, this is just a complete aside, because I didn't know you were Egyptian. Have you gone to Egypt? Have you visited?
I was a baby, so I don't remember.
You haven't gone, have you been back? You were born here.
I was born in Winchester, yes.
You've never visited?
Just as a baby, but no, not since, yeah.
Well, I think I was trying to think when you were saying, I think I was there in '83, so you were probably one of the few.
I might have been there with you.
Been there with me. I was one of the few American women backpacking in Egypt at that time. And I have to say, and I haven't been back, I'd love to. I know things have changed dramatically. My parents went afterwards. And my friends go on tours. I was not on a tour. I was on the Eileen tour. It is truly one of the most fantastic countries I've ever been to. And my experiences there of history, I didn't get down to Luxor or Aswan. I spent most of my time in Cairo and then Alexandria. I actually sailed out of Alexandria. Anyway, that's another story. But it's a deep culture, and the people I met were just, and they were almost all men, to be frank. Very few, maybe less than 3 interactions with women the whole time I was there. And you've got to put this in context of the time and everything. But incredibly kind and generous people. It was a real life. I've had the opportunity to travel a lot, many continents. I've lived on 3 different continents, and it does form you in how you look at the world. You're good for you for coming from such a rich heritage. Thank you for sharing that with us. Representation does matter. It matters a lot. It's something we need more of. We have very few judges of Middle Eastern descent on the bench. We have a couple, but not nearly enough. And you're eminently qualified for this position. So that's my speech. I don't have questions other than visit your homeland sometime, because it's a magnificent country. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Kennedy, do you have any other comments or questions?
I do. Thank you, Councilor Devaney. That was a very compelling statement that you gave. You talked about, it struck me when you talked about almost being ashamed of having a different name and different background. I think that that's something that experience you went through is going to be very valuable when you're on the bench, because clearly there are a lot of people from a lot of diverse backgrounds that appear in the courts all the time. That when they're frankly looking up at a guy that looks like me, doesn't necessarily feel like they're going to get a fair shake. And I think that's a unique perspective you're going to bring. I love your background, criminal defense, prosecution, labor. You bring a lot of diversity with respect to your background. You and I have had cases. You've always been very respectful. You've always been very courteous of both myself and my clients. And I think that you are going to be a home run, and I look forward to voting for you on Tuesday, hopefully. I think our assembly's on Tuesday. I do want to point out, I believe, Chris, that once again, I apologize for being on Zoom. I'm usually present in the chamber, as are the other members. Council Iannella is very rarely not in the chamber, as Council Devaney likes to keep pointing out today that he's not. I know he's in another part of the building doing some work. But I look forward to voting for you next week. You're going to be a home run. Thank you.
Councilor.
And I wish you a quick recovery. I've had COVID twice. The first time I thought I'd die, but the second one was mild, so I hope you'll recover quickly. Councilor DePaula.
Yes, thank you, Counselor.
And the same goes for you. I hope you have a quick recovery. This is unbelievable. I'm very sorry.
I'm feeling fine this time around. This is my second go, but in any event, I regret not being there. But I want to thank you for your statement and for sharing. I certainly agree representation matters. It's why I've been putting a lot of effort into try and diversify the juvenile court in particular, where I think it's so important. I really appreciate your background representing labor and unions. It's what my firm does. I think it's very important work, and especially your CPCS experience. I know that there are other attorneys in the applicant pool with significant CPCS background, and I know that I see more folks with prosecutor office backgrounds than CPCS. And so I'm very glad to see your nomination coming through this December, and I really want to take a second to encourage folks with CPCS experience to really consider applying themselves when positions become available, because that's the only way we get you on the bench. But I did want to ask you one question. In your application, you referenced dispassion as an important attribute for a judge, and I appreciate that, because I'm sometimes curious about that when I hear folks' perspective, is how well they're going to be able to be dispassionate on the bench. So especially in your criminal work, I would imagine, but it spills over, I'm sure, into your civil work and your employment work. Are there cases where you've had difficulty remaining dispassionate in your career?
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah. Could you share a hypothetical where you think an attorney like yourself would face a challenge like that?
Sure, yes. And thank you for your words, Counselor. I mean, I think if I'm sort of thinking in the abstract, I think that the times that it would come up most often, and I know that it's come up for other attorneys, is when, when you believe that your client is not taking your advice and it's good advice, or where you've structured, let's say, a settlement or a resolution of several matters, or even just one matter, and your client is kind of pumping their nose at you. And a lot of times it has nothing to do with you, but it's hard not to take it personal sometimes.
Well, I guess I'm thinking more, wouldn't it be the case that in matters that you've worked on or that could be before you, that there would be emotional factors in the case that make it difficult to remain dispassionate?
I think it'll be easy.
As an example, I hear talk about victims' rights, something that I do think it's important. At the same time, I wonder how we can factor a victim statement while remaining dispassionate and true to the law that we're attempting to interpret and apply.
So, I mean, I will say that I've never obviously had the opportunity as a neutral to experience something that might be emotional. We always experience it for one side or the other of the, but I think that's why I said that compassion is also very important, because you have to be, even though you're acting dispassionately, following the law or looking at the amount of evidence that's before you as a neutral, you also have to be compassionate for people's situations, their life experiences, their background, the facts of each case. So, I mean, I think you just have to thread that needle. You have to be respectful and give people their opportunity to tell their story and to take into consideration all of the factors that are relevant. But at the end of the day, when you make decisions that are going to be dispositive or, you know, altering the course of the case, you have to do it as best you can, dispassionately.
Let me ask you, based on your experience, especially in your CPCS years, do you support, would you support raising the age of juvenile jurisdiction?
Could you expound on that just a little? When you say raising the age of juvenile jurisdiction, what do you mean?
Legislative.
I'm sure I understand your question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Would you support raising the age of juvenile jurisdiction from 18?
To 21 or just in general? I mean, I guess it's hard for me to.
What factors would you consider if you were asked to make a decision regarding whether or not to raise the current age of juvenile jurisdiction?
I mean, I suppose the factors I would want to consider would be all empirical evidence as to, you know, what happens when somebody that you know, is prosecuted under the current system, what happens to them, you know, recidivism rates, things like that. But I mean, I just, as a general question, I certainly would be open to that concept. I don't.
So you would approach it from an evidence-based perspective rather than a philosophical one or ideological or political, for example.
I would, yeah. I would probably want to see a lot of statistics on it, which is why I'm sort of struggling answering the question. But yes, that's my approach, I think.
Would you want to see scientific research on brain development?
Yes, absolutely.
And would you want to see, it sounds like you'd also want to take a pragmatic approach and see what the outcomes are in our courts and what research would suggest how outcomes might be different in our courts were there to be a change. Would that be accurate?
Yes. Yeah.
I appreciate your time this morning. I regret not being in the chamber in person, but thank you. And thank you, Councilor Devaney. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Hurley, out in Zoom land, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm on my way in. We had a truck accident that delayed me significantly. So I would pass to Counselor Ferrara if I've got 5 minutes to get upstairs.
I'm sorry.
Did you hear me?
She's gonna be in the room in 5 minutes, so she asked if I could go.
Oh, okay, fine. I'm sorry. I was looking at some notes. So absolutely, Counselor Hurley. We'll wait for you and I will call on Counselor Ferrara.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
you and I had a nice chat, and I told you, you know, I spent 30 years in law enforcement, 9 as chief. Never had cases on the other side of San Diego Grace because our guys were IBPO and EPBA. And I only had one grievance in 9 years as chief. That went to arbitration. The good guys won. But I did hear from, and I think your partner, Mr. Shapiro, talked about you have the respect of some police chiefs, which is important to me, and I will read, I think he was probably talking about Artie Parker, but Art did reach out to me on Facebook Messenger, and this is what he said. He said, I wanted to give you my 2 cents on Kareem Morgan. I have known him for about 10 years. And as an attorney at St. Dooley Grace, he is usually on the opposing sides of cities and towns that I do investigations for concerning complaints against police officers. Despite the system's adversarial setup, Kareem is a great guy. He's honest, he's upfront, no BS, and has a great sense of what is right. These attributes, along with the level-headedness I feel, qualify him to be a great judge. Merry Christmas is how he ended it.
Thank you, Counselor.
But I am impressed with your resume. You know, you haven't said it, but my guess is you've tried hundreds of cases as a CPCS lawyer. Then you also have like 40% of your work has been involved in, which I think is important and extensive, that you've done the labor and employment stuff, contract interpretations, grievances, retirement, unemployment, agency law, just a whole breadth of things that give you attributes that other people that come before us don't have. Because I've seen all the issues in police work on a regular basis, and the breadth of what you do is quite remarkable. So you're definitely going to get my support next week. And I just want to add that I did get a text from Emily Gauthier, who is the executive director of the JNC, and she said, she confirmed that there was an opening. And Patrick, your numbers may be based on, if you're including recall judges that are not subject to the 158 cap. But she assured us that there is a spot in the 158 for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Juvenville.
Thank you. Yeah, on that topic, you wouldn't have been nominated unless it was clear with the administration that there was an opening. I like the fact that you worked for CPCS for the years you did. I don't think the people in the Commonwealth appreciate the value of what that agency does every day. Commonwealth, not only in criminal matters, but in all kinds of other legal matters. I did do, my practice has been private for 43 years, but I did do 30 years on the CPCS murder list. And I saw the value of that agency and what it does for people.
Thank you, Counsel.
So that to me is very impressive. I also like the fact that you got a good mix of civil and criminal. Not that you couldn't have adapted, but it's good to have that going in, because you'll have some expertise in the civil side that a lot of lawyers get when they go in there. But they teach you pretty good. The backup system for new judges is incredible. Mike McLaughlin called me on your behalf. And I've known him for over 40 years. He gives me a recommendation. Very rarely ever does, but I take it to heart. So I think you're going to make a good jurist.
I love that.
I voted for my kids.
Sir.
Thank you. Well, my colleagues have asked real pertinent questions that I won't go over again. I was concerned about your age, but you have such a qualified background, criminal offense to labor and employment. And I haven't seen someone come before me that has experience in labor, in contracts. And we know what, I'm going to interrupt myself because we have Counselor Hurley, and I will call on you, Counselor Hurley, for your questioning.
Hey, thank you. It's getting to be a regular thing for there to be truck accidents on the turnpike. If it were up to me, I would ban all trucks from the 2 left lanes on the pike, but that's just me. So, couple of questions. How old are you now? 40. Think that's kind of young to be a judge? Why?
don't I think it's young to be a judge. I believe, I wouldn't have applied for this position if I felt I was too young or underqualified. I know that there have been, I'm not riding coattails, but I know there have been other judges around the 40 to 41 mark. But most importantly, Madam Counselor, I believe my experience, the type of experience that I have under my belt, I did those experiences together, transcend my age.
You understand that the maximum age is 70. So you're going to be on the bench for 30 years?
God willing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
God willing, yes.
Okay. Having been a judge for 20 years, it sometimes happens that people are on for too long. And I think the way I put it in front of another judge was they become cranky pants, which is something that is very concerning. And you're not the first judge or nominee that I've raised this issue with.
Sure.
Specifically, having been on the bench for 20 years, having gone through difficult times while a judge where we had significant personnel cuts. At one point I was doing in Chicopee District Court where I was the first justice, they wanted to take my jury cases away. So I said, no, I'll do jury and I'll do the regular court sessions. So I was running back and forth between the two courtrooms. At one point, finally, I asked what my administrative assistant was doing for lunch, and I said, if you're not busy, will you take me to the hospital? Because I think I may be having a heart attack. All right, so there are significant concerns. There's a kind of pressure with judges that is different from any other type of occupation, especially that of being a lawyer. So I raised that issue. I also raised the fact that you've done a total of 15 jury trials. Is that correct?
I think it's more in the neighborhood of 20.
Well,
I've had a couple since. I've had the difficulty with CPCS is that when you go on the Mass Court's website and type your name in, you end up, Tom can speak to this, but you'll end up doing other trials that they got assigned at arraignment, so you don't always see a full list. So I wanted to, I didn't want to overinflate the numbers, so, but I have done, I think, at least one, if not two, since I filed the application, and I believe the number is conservative. So I'm going to guess it's in the neighborhood of plus, but sure, 15 to 20, I guess.
and you've been in practice for
14 years.
14 years. So if you've averaged it out, it's one a year. And with COVID, have you done any since COVID?
I did one in February of 2020, so right before the shutdown.
All right, so you haven't done any jury trials in that period of time. How many civil jury trials?
None, they were all criminal.
None?
They were all criminal, yes. I mean, I had none, to answer your question.
Okay. The problem with the district court jury trials is they have a really good jury trial instruction book on criminal, but they don't really have much on civil.
Sure.
They almost, I think when I was when I was on the bench, it was, they told you how to try a small claims civil case. So, you know, you kind of gotta find your way on that,
Sure.
which is concerning as well. And lastly, you listed relatives in the trial court system.
Correct.
Who are they, please?
The only relative in the trial court system who's now retired was my mother-in-law, Michelle B. Hogan. Michelle Hogan was a former justice of Cambridge District Court. I'm not sure that that's where she was listed as sitting, but that's where she sat.
Okay. And there was another person you listed.
It's been some time.
Robert Brennan?
So the question asks to list the person's supervisor. So Robert Brennan would have been Michelle Hogan's supervisor because he was the regional administrative judge for her area. I'm not related to Robert Brennan.
All right. Okay. And I heard what you said about representation. And the trial court is making every effort, I think, to be more inclusive, especially of women and people of color. So you would not be alone, to say the least. And we're trying to do that as much as we possibly can. The fact that you're 40 is it's troubling to me, but it's been troubling to me in all cases. So I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Counselor.
Thank you. I have to agree with my counselor. I don't look forward to having the court filled with 40-year-old judges. I like to see life experience in the court. But I have to say, there are exceptions to the rule. And I was very impressed with your background because the other counselors have brought up your criminal experience and that line of work. But what I'm impressed with, and in 23 years I don't see it, someone with your experience with labor and employment. And I think it's important because we're seeing it all the time in the news and the police and the fire that people, their rights are being violated in their appointment or their promotion or, that type of thing. So I think, we do not have people that are coming through that have that experience as you do. And that means a lot to me because I have seen it myself, even in the school. I saw this wonderful woman working 25 years as a special needs teacher. And she had some, really difficult students that had mental problems and other things. And one of them accused her of hitting him. And she was out of work for 2 years and no one came to support her and to say what wonderful things she did. And it wasn't true. But how do you prove it? So we do need people with that expertise when someone goes to court to look into it and really understand, what is happening. So that's what I saw in you. And thank you for all the time you afforded me. I don't know, it must have been 3.5 hours or whatever, but it's important to me. And I think you're 1,001. I can't count them all. But in 23 years, I've met with everyone from judge to parole board member. So it's important to me because I'm not voting on someone just on the paper. I want to know you. I want to know how you got here. And, and I look for compassion. Someone doesn't have compassion, they don't have my vote. You have compassion. And I think that it's important to have someone that understands people with mental issues too, And the thing that we're seeing so much is in the schools and the coaches and teachers and prestigious schools that are sexually molesting students. So all of this, I think that's what you bring to the court. And to represent indigent clients, that means a lot to me. That's where compassion comes in because they have because of mental issues or, drug issues, they have been involved and have criminal offenses. and you have represented them in the district and Superior Court. So I think you bring some of their qualifications that I haven't seen. And I think, when I think of that teacher, what she went through, I don't know who her lawyer was or whatever, but it's important that people understand and have the background to go into it and to know bargaining for the police and the fire. That's very important, because I've seen it myself. My late husband was a firefighter, and I was a city councilor, so I have been involved in some issues that I realize we need judges that understand. So I'm not going to belabor this. I think the council's asked really important questions. And as I said, there are exceptions to the rule, but I'm not supporting every 40-year-old that comes through if they don't have the qualifications. Unfortunately, I have seen political people jump the line. So I'm glad you got in at the end of this term. It hasn't always been pleasant for me up here, seeing some people coming through. We have some good people, but the political people outnumber the others. So I am very happy that you applied, and how fortunate was the first time. We just recently had someone 5 times since 2017. He applied, went through the JNC, got to the governor, and then it would expire. But he wanted this, he knew he was qualified. He had, 34 years, I think, 61 years old. Isn't that wonderful? He's gonna do his job in 8 years, and I thanked him for applying again. Do you know how many people won't apply afterwards? Because they see someone being appointed that they know they're so much more qualified, they won't apply again. I've been here, I've seen it. So I'm hoping for better days in January, okay? And I'm glad you got through, and it was a pleasure to meet you and to learn all about your qualifications. And I have to say, this is very important for people to know. The Lieutenant Governor holds her public assembly every Wednesday, and that's when we vote on our nominees. It's always been a Wednesday. Some reason, she is having it Tuesday. So that means we will vote on Tuesday for your nomination for Council Juvenville, for Jen Lennon, and 2 Industrial Accident Board members. So that's where we vote on Tuesday. So people out there in Zoom land, the votes won't be heard by the Lieutenant Governor on Wednesday. It'll be Tuesday. So I do want to make sure that everybody knows that. So I'm going to adjourn now. And as I said, we'll be voting Tuesday. And I thank everyone for coming. I really appreciate it. And you had great witnesses. So I'm adjourning.
to go through one, yes. Mine's still saying it's busy.
It's probably busy getting mine.
It says okay on this.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for your help.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
We're going to begin the hearing by reading the letter from Governor Baker dated November 30th. I am pleased to nominate Jennifer A. Lennon to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Marlborough District Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I enclose the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker, Governor. So welcome. If you'd like, you can introduce the people that you brought first.
I'm here with Magistrate Brian DeAndrea and my Honorable Judge Megan Spring, my fiance Mike Fahey, my son Andrew Peck, and my daughter Riley.
Welcome, welcome. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hear from two witnesses, and I believe that a judge trumps a clerk. So we'll hear from the Honorable Judge Spring first.
There are some clerks that might disagree with that, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Also disagree with the characterization, but I appreciate it. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Megan Spring, and for no small feat to all of you, I am the first Justice of Marlborough District Court. So I would like to thank you very much again for your votes for me in 2017. I very much appreciated it. I have known Jen for several years. Both as an assistant district attorney and as an assistant clerk magistrate, and now as my acting clerk magistrate. When I arrived in Marlborough District Court, it became clear that the clerk's office needed some work. And so Chief Justice Dawley at the time asked me who I wanted, and I said, please send me a lawyer and please send me someone who has been an acting clerk. And he sent me Jen Lennon, and she's completely turned the court around. And in fact, when the governor nominated Jen for the clerkship, I called all of the people who work in the Marlborough District Court to the first session to announce her nomination, and everyone erupted in cheers because they were so pleased. She is fantastic at her job. She's a good person. She's an excellent lawyer. She's an excellent clerk. She's an excellent mother, and I couldn't be more pleased. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them, but you can review all of the letters I've written on her behalf and what's in her application. And I'm here to answer any questions that you need.
Or cheers.
Cheers.
It's good. That was good, Counsel Hurley. Any other questions for the judge? All right, having heard none, thank you very much for coming. Thank you. And now we're going to hear from the Honorable Clerk Magistrate of the Worcester District Court, Mr. DeAndrea. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the council. As a colleague, I've had the opportunity to know Jen and work closely with her for approximately the last 10 years. I would describe her as incredibly smart, hardworking, well-prepared, empathetic, compassionate. I think she's going to do a phenomenal job as the clerk magistrate of the Marlborough District Court. I think those attributes, combined with her experience being served as an assistant clerk magistrate for 12 years, first assistant clerk magistrate for 1 year, and for the last 4 years having served as clerk magistrate, acting clerk magistrate in both the Air as well as the Marlborough District Courts, gives her the experience she needs to continue to work well with Judge Spring in Marlborough to make that court shine. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. If anyone has had any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you for your concise, remarkable comments, sir. Any questions for Clerk DeAndrea? Counsel Devaney.
Thank you for your service. You do. And you got through the pandemic?
Through the pandemic, we worked hard.
So how many years have you been working with this nominee?
Approximately 10 years.
That means a lot to me that you really know, because we've had people sitting in that chair and I said, you know, what experience you've had with this nominee? Have you seen her in court? Yeah, once. So 10 years is what I look for. Thank you very much.
She's great. Counsel, she not only has experience, but more importantly, and I should have mentioned this earlier, you know, like me, Attorney Lennon has enormous respect for this body, for the council, for, you know, in your role, certainly in tendering advice and consent to the governor. And I know that personally, haven't spoken.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Magistrate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any others to speak in favor of the nominee? Is anyone opposed to the nominee? Someone could grab the door there? Oh, there was a little line. I thought that was opposition. I'm sorry. All right. Without that, we're going to hear from you. Please tell us why you think we should vote for you to be the clerk magistrate.
I would first like to thank the members of the Governor's Council for considering confirmation of my nomination today. I would like to especially thank Councilor Ferreira for hosting this hearing, and Emily Gauthier, her staff, the members of the JNC and the Joint Bar Committee for placing my name before the Governor for nomination. I would like to thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for the honor of this nomination, and I would be remiss if I did not thank former Chief Justice Dolly, who appointed me not once, but twice as acting clerk magistrate in 2 different courts, and the current Chief Justice, Stacey Forts, for her continued support of me. I would also like to thank all of my coworkers in both the Air and the Marlborough District Court, and my family and friends. For each of them, I would not be here without all of them. I am both honored and humbled by the nomination. If I am confirmed by this body, my experience as both an assistant district attorney and a civil litigator, and also as an assistant clerk magistrate and an acting clerk magistrate for over 3 years, would help me to continue to be a successful leader of the Marlborough District Court. Thank you again for this nomination, and I invite you to ask any questions that you may have of me.
Is there anything you haven't done?
I don't know.
All right. We're going to start with Councilor Devane. Do you have any questions?
Nice to see you, to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've been waiting a long time to thank Judge Dolly that saw the injustice of this whole matter. I just dug out a letter that I wrote to the Lieutenant Governor, and it's dated 23rd. Okay, and it was the appointment of Damian Riddle. Okay, and I talked about. This is a prime example why hearings should not be scheduled within a week. Past practice on past council hearings was set at least 2 weeks long. Now, these are rushed through. I'm not going to get involved in that. Okay. First of all, definition of the word justice is to treat fairly. This appointment does not treat at least one person fairly. So I'm going to skip through some of the stuff. Okay. In the Air District Court, there is present acting clerk magistrate Jennifer Lennon. I have never met or talked with her, but I did my due diligence. She is highly respected. Jennifer Lennon has worked in the Air Court Magistrate office for 14 years. Now it's 16. When this position was posted for clerk magistrate in the Air Court, Attorney Lennon applied to the JNC asking for an interview. The JNC sent her a letter and said, "You are not getting an interview." Think about it. Jennifer Lennon, dedicated worker for 14 years, 16 years now, in the magistrate's office in the Air District Court. She's doing the job as a clerk magistrate for the past 2 years, conducting civil and criminal cases, and more, including determining probable cause for arrest, and so much more in her position as clerk magistrate. The JNC does not want so experienced. They don't want someone who's actually doing the job of a clerk magistrate every day in the Air Court. Ms. Lennon was sent a letter from the JNC informing her she would not have an interview. In addition, another Air District Court employee applied and received a letter that he would not be interviewed. Ms. Lennon was a former district attorney involving physical and sexual abuse of children, handled all aspects of felonies, meeting with police, Department of Social Services, interviewing the victims, the children, and so much more. She has worked in private practice, which gives her more experience to bring to the chief magistrate job that she is performing. Boycotting Jennifer Lennon, the JNC recommended Damian Riddle to the governor, and we voted on his appointment today. Mr. Riddle's wife is an assistant clerk magistrate in the Worcester Superior Court. Her boss is Dennis McManus, yet Mr. Riddle did not feel it inappropriate to give $250 to his wife's boss. Mr. Riddle has given many contributions. Just in the past years, he has given a total of $850 to Lieutenant Governor Polito. Unprecedented, after Damian Riddle was interviewed by the JNC, he was nominated just a month later by the governor. No nominee has got through this fast except Sharon Casey and Jim Casey, former governor's counselor. I will not vote yes to support injustice. They are not fair and impartial in any way, and I've always said it is not always popular to do the right thing. I know I am representing the citizens when I vote no today. I'm asking the councilors to vote no for justice for the first time, to reject a nominee for this administration. And so, anyway, in the letter that I sent, I had asked for an explanation. And I couldn't get an explanation from anyone, from not the lieutenant governor or anyone. But I got one response from the chair of the JNC. And he said that I have to talk, one sentence, I have to talk to the governor's lawyer. Well, when I talked to Bob Ross, he said he didn't have any authority to do anything. So we have to thank Judge Dolly. He saw injustice and he did something about it. I wish we could help other people that have bypassed through the years. But, all right, now that I've said that, I just want to tell you, I got so many calls about you. And people trust me because I've been making about anyone's name and some of them working in the court. And they said how caring you were and considerate of all the people in the court. You would even stay late to help people. And, you know, in addition to you were working there at that time, 14 years. And imagine, they were so upset that you got a letter saying you're not getting an interview. And the norm is here, I never get a response when I ask why. Because there isn't any explanation, it's political. And I'm so glad at this late date, at the end of the administration, that you've got through, because you deserve it. And we haven't always seen that in that court. And so I'm so pleased. So tell me, what can you say? The experience that you're bringing, what do you feel is most important that you're bringing to the court?
I think that the most important thing that I bring to the court is the fact that I'm an effective and compassionate and empathetic manager, and I also handle the public the same way that I handle my staff, which is, you know, the people that are coming to the court, it's never a good day for them. They're stressed out, they're upset most of the time, and if you just listen to them, that's really all you need to do is give them an empathetic ear, let them speak. You can take down someone who's upset by just listening. And I believe that I do the same with my staff, and you have to handle, you know, issues that come up. I mean, things come up on a daily basis in the office between different staff members. And I just believe that those are the things that I bring, my personal and my professional experiences that I've had in the last 20, 25 years. That's what I've brought to the office.
Well, I think that what comes through with you is your compassion. And in addition to 6 people in the court that called me, I got a call from Florida. My late cousin, Bobby Simone, his widow. I hadn't heard from her probably in 12 years. And she was a probation officer, and she couldn't say enough about you. People in court called her. They didn't know, I'm not related to her, but they didn't know any relationship. And they called her to say how unjust this was. So it went even out of state about you. So I'm glad you hung in and you've done a great job. And so now you're in Marlborough. So I'm glad you made the move, because I'll tell you what happens. And I'm preaching to the choir. When someone like you has been doing the job and then they have someone from outside getting the job, you would have to train that person to take your job and be your boss. How insulting can that be? And I can't even imagine getting up in the morning and going to court when you're in that position. And so I was glad that they moved you to Ayer and I mean, into Marlborough, and that everything worked out. I am so happy. And then for you to work with Clerk Magistrate, Brian DeAndrea, what could be better?
Yes.
You know, so I really, yeah.
Right.
For a while.
We work
Sitting
together.
up here. So what do you see, now you've been there a long time, 16 years, what changes do you think have to be made that you think in the court?
Well, I think that we have made some significant positive changes through COVID with a lot of the things that we do by Zoom, the CMBI hearings. So people aren't forced to take an entire day off to fight a speeding ticket anymore. The attorneys that have to be in all different places can Zoom in on a pretrial date or anything that doesn't involve evidentiary matters. So I believe that we've already made significant improvements because of COVID. Obviously, I'm sure we have
plenty of things that we have left to do to streamline things. I know that we've taken the, all the arrests and done a lot of the e-filing things, making it just easier for the public and easier for the attorneys to access, make us more accessible.
Well, I'll tell you, I want you to know that we have no idea, councils, how many are interviewed. So I want you to know that. And I only knew because people who cared about you told me. The only ability I have in governor's council is to vote for one person. We don't know who applied, people more qualified than that person, but we don't have any knowledge. I was the only one that voted against the person that took the job that you should have had. And in a few days from the JNC interview, he was appointed and voted. So tell me, your JNC, when did you have your interview?
For this past, it was in the spring.
In the spring?
Yes.
So when did they call you to tell you that you had the position?
I was nominated by the governor a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago. And it was a few days that Damien got his notice from the JNC. This is what I see, and this is the norm. And yes, I am outspoken, and I'm the tuxedo with brown shoes up here, but you know what? It's not always popular to do the right thing. And if that's all I'm known for, is that I try to do the right thing. That's all I want to do. And you have made my year, my day, my 23 years that you're sitting there, because I never called you. You know why? Because I said, with the help of God, this woman is going to come before us. And if anyone questions, did you talk to Councilor Deviani? You never met me before, and you never saw me, never called you. And that was the important thing. I wanted you to come in with your qualifications. But these letters are on file and about you and about Damien, because I think it's important that, you know, that we know the journey that you've taken. And it is an amazing thing. Because, I mean, we had a judge that came in to that court in 2012, and she had started playing when she was 35. And I asked her, you know, why didn't you apply for a clerk magistrate? She says, oh, I don't think I was qualified. But she applied for a judgeship. So the whole thing is upside down. It doesn't make sense. So I just don't want to go on, and I don't want to be gloom and doom, because this is a happy day for all of us. And I can't thank you enough. It'll be a wonderful Christmas for you. What a gift that you deserve. And I'm just happy that you finally got through, and you know, because the political people jumped the line and you came through. And I'm glad that you stuck up. You know, you kept going and doing your job. And I can't tell you how many people respect you.
Thank
you. Know, right from Judge Dolly all the way through. So I've said enough, but I
Thank you.
This nominee.
Thank you. Councilor Juvenville and Ianella might be participating remotely, but they're not on this one, they're maybe on YouTube. So they said they wanted me to let you know that you have their support next week for sure. And Councilor DePaulo just texted me as well. He's on YouTube. He's not on this, but he's on YouTube. And as of right now, he has no questions either. So we're going to go to Councilor Duff, please.
I don't even know what to say after all that. I have never heard you ever, spoken quite a bit over time, complain about not getting any of the other positions. I think you understand the process well. I think you understand, as I've made the analogy many times, sometimes this is like baseball. You can be the best first baseman in the world, but if they don't need a first baseman, you're not going to get drafted. It happens. It stinks. But you kept doing the work, and you were patient, and you kept not complaining, which matters. And being a team player. You've been a great team player, attorney. And we all deeply, those of us who care deeply about courts and have an understanding of how this works, sometimes appreciate that. And the job is definitely well earned. You're definitely well qualified for it, and you have my utmost support. We've spoken in great length and detail about your experience, about your education, about your philosophy, and I really don't have any questions. But I appreciate throughout this your professionalism and your understanding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Duff. Councilor Hurley.
Counselor Kennedy's also on, but
I'm sorry. Let's,
you want me to
Used to get
shuffle?
skipped over. It's okay.
out of sight, out of mind. Sorry, Councilor Kennedy.
He looks like he's down in the basement, but maybe not.
That's a fake background, Mary. You don't think I have any room
Yeah,
with
I bet
that
it
looks
is a
like
fake
that, do you?
I don't know how to get my picture in front of the fake monitor, so I'm gonna have to call you after.
Yeah.
I'm not good on computers.
Anyway, I have some reservations.
For dinner?
I'd like to make some dinner reservations, but I can't go out yet. How long have I known you, Attorney Lennon?
1998?
I don't know the math. How many years is that? 24?
Very good.
Huh? Met you when you were a young district attorney in Malden District Court. You know, and I've always admired you in terms of your judgment until today. I mean, come on, Brian DeAndrea, that's the best you can do? No, seriously, we've known each other for a very, very long time, and have developed a very close relationship over the last 24 years. When you were a DA, when you were in private practice, we'd see each other sometimes. When you were an assistant clerk, all along the way. And there's no question you're a home run. And I'm glad you landed. Councilor Devaney and I agree on one thing. It's about time. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Councilor Hurley, we'll go back to you now.
There you go. Always second fiddle to Kennedy. We talked at some length, and your resume is outstanding. I think I talked the least, or maybe Duff and I are tied, or talking the least. I don't really have any questions. Your resume speaks for itself. Contrary to Councilor Kennedy, I think the two witnesses that you had were outstanding. But I do have a question of which is older, your son or your daughter?
My daughter.
Okay.
They're 15 months apart.
How old are you now?
21 in March.
Oh, perfect. Have a car and soon you'll be able to drink. Should I vote for your mom?
Yes.
Why?
Because I know how much she cares.
All right, good answer. Guess you know what I'm doing next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's my turn. I just want to say thank you for your service to the Commonwealth. It's been remarkable. And you also have not equal, but a great amount of experience in the civil world too, which makes you even a better candidate. Your witnesses were tremendous. Councilor Kennedy twisted my arm early on, said I must vote for you. He's a huge fan of yours for 24 years. You have an impeccable reputation, and I see you getting through unanimously next week. So congratulations, and this hearing's concluded.
Yeah.